I'm going to call this meeting to order. Let's stand and recite the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's pray. We ask for your presence in this meeting as we strive to be productive and efficient in our discussions. Help us to stay focused and on task. Give us creative ideas and solutions that will bring out positive results. Brief moment for your own attention. Motion to approve the agenda.
I'll move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Motion is second to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, same sign. Let's open it up, opportunity for public comment. We got several people here. Welcome. I'm glad everybody got a chance to come. There is a couple more seats up here if someone would like to share. I know it's like church. You don't want to sit in the front, but nonetheless, we do have a couple more seats. So, and I will ask if there's somebody that walks in that needs a seat, if someone that doesn't necessarily need one could kindly offer that seat up to them too, please. We have a pretty full house, which is always good to see members of the public. I'm going to take a stab here and say, who's here for the mining? How did I guess that? Let's handle that first. I won't take any other subject except for the mine during this public comment time until the mining comments are done. I have spoken to several of you. I typically limit time. I'm going to do that as well today. It's going to be limited to 3 minutes apiece. And I'm going to limit the overall time to 30 minutes. That way, if there is somebody that doesn't get a chance to speak and would like to sign something saying, me too, I'm opposed to the mine, we will try to get that accommodated as well, just so everybody can get on the record for that. I do also want to mention this has been fairly frustrating for me. This just came to my attention last week, which exposes, in my opinion, a flaw in state statute. I think a lot of us would agree with that, which doesn't allow us the opportunity to even be notified, which is unfortunate. So with that, it also doesn't allow us to make a decision on this. So there are changes that we need to do. I personally, and I don't think many of the commissioners up here are in opposition to proposing a mining ordinance. It's been something I've wanted to do since I've been on the commission. They did so. Meade County did propose one in 2013. The state's opinion did not allow them to proceed with that due to not having zoning within the county. I can assure you, even after reading that opinion, I've kept marching along and probably annoying my fellow commissioners once in a while, saying it's something that I think would be wise to bring up within the county, nonetheless, and possibly look for some way to do so. But in the meantime, even if we would bring that forward, it's going to be too little too late for this situation. I understand, I've gotten several emails, and I understand why you would be opposed right in your backyard. It's something that honestly I think needs to be looked at, and I wanting to be open. This commission does want to listen to everyone that's here today. Like I said, I will limit time. There has been some, I guess I'm going to address this before I open this up to the public. Deputy State Attorney Cleverad, are you in the room? We have gotten some questions about our Ordinance 52, which regulates stormwater. I read through that. Again, I'm not an attorney, but I struggled. Ken, we put you on that task. Does that apply? Is there any way we could use that in this circumstance?
Here's the applicability of Ordinance 52, which is stormwater management. The underlined is in part of the original. All agricultural properties used for ag use only as defined by our tax classification are exempt from the permitting in the ordinance. The property at issue is classified as agricultural for timber use at this point. So therefore, the ordinance does not apply at this time.
Okay, thank you. With that, like I said, I did get several questions about that ordinance, and I didn't find that out till late last night. Ken has been busy looking into that. But so right now I'm going to open up to public comment. Again, I'm going to ask for, or I'm going to just limit it to 3 minutes per person. I know it's a sensitive subject, but I do ask everyone to come prepared in their comments. And I'm going to limit it to 30 minutes total on this subject. I'm going to ask Commissioner Liggett if you would keep track of the total time. You could stop when each speaker gets done, if you would, please. And we'll just keep track of the total time. And then I will open that up afterwards if commissioners have any comments or questions. I will open it up after the public. I'm going to ask the commission not to ask questions while they're speaking during this 30 minutes. Let's hold your questions, write them down. We'll save them for the end, and if there's somebody you'd like to call back, write their names down and call them back, please. And then we'll just handle it that way for today. And it's nothing new. It's how I've been handling the meeting since I've been chair. So I'm going to open up for public comment. So whoever would like to come up first, please do so. I'm also going to ask, just a second, Mr. Greenberg. I'm going to also ask that you state your name and your name especially, and we'll try to get that recorded for the record, or we will get that recorded for the record. But
currently,
hey.
Hold on. The mics aren't on.
How about that? Thank you for having me. Having Chris Greenberg from Piedmont. I'd like to speak, but I'm going to defer my 3 minutes to Brandon. If I can.
There will be no deferring of time.
Okay,
I understand. And Brett, Mr. Scott. Okay, and yeah, you and I've discussed this over an email, and I was pretty clear that it's going to be 3 minutes per person. I didn't say anything about. I'm just saying. I was asked already about deferring time, and I typically don't think I've ever allowed that, and so I'm going to hold to the 3 minutes per person. So there'll be no deferral of time.
So I was not asking for a deferral.
I know, I understand you weren't, but he said Brandon, so I just want to make sure.
Brandon Scott is
sure.
the name. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Good morning, Bob.
Good morning. I'm a member of Piedmont Planning and Zoning, but I'm not here representing them. I'm just representing myself and my family. We have a 360-acre tree farm just south of this area. It's been in the family since the 1800s. Our kids, who have all gone away to college in different directions, are all moving back here, building on our land. So this is a very important place to us. When I heard about this 3 weeks ago, I started looking into, the state has rules, and I called the state and found out that they do have a lot of rules on hard rock mining, some very severe rules. You can't blast within 3 miles of another well, according to state statute. But for this type of mining, they keep hydrological disturbances to a minimum, whatever that means. Very ambiguous. It's the only thing they say. And so I asked, what other rules are there? Do you control the reclamation? That's what they control. Are they limited to the amount of land they can disturb? Is it 5 acres? Is it 10 acres? There's no limit. They can disturb as much as they want, and they do not have to begin reclamation until the mine is done mining. And that's up to the mining company. They publicize they're going to go till 47, about 20 years, but they could keep that going as long as they want. They just keep reapplying their permit. And I know we don't have an ordinance, but I know the surrounding counties do. I think it's a little bit ambiguous whether you can pass one without having zoning, but I urge you to try and do that. Lawrence County's ordinance, they'd have to pay a $7,000 permit fee just to apply for the permit, not refundable, whether they get the permit or not. They have a lot of rules there, 500-foot buffer zone between them and private property. They have to notify everyone within 500 feet of the mine that this is going to happen. They have to have public meetings. They have to have social, economic impact studies. So I urge you, I don't have to impress you with the seriousness of this to the landowners right adjacent to that mine. to protect their health, their livelihood, their land values. So I just urge you to keep moving forward, and any advice that we can give or financial contributions to lawyers' fees, I know they are expensive, but we're very willing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Go ahead if you'd like to be next, Mr. Scott.
Certainly. So my name is Brandon Scott. I'm a resident in Somerset, and so in the Piedmont area. And so I just had a question here. So we have all agricultural properties used for ag use only are exempted from permitting. And I would argue here that this mine is not ag. And we just kind of looked up here in the surrounding area there. It appears that it is maybe zoned as or not zoned, but listed as commercial, which would not be exempted from that. And so I think the biggest thing here is that this ordinance should be applicable to this situation. Okay? And so if I get here in my minutes here, we're here not as an anti-growth position. We're very much pro-growth here, but we want it done in the right way. And you have all done the hard work already to establish what that growth looks like. We have a comprehensive plan in place that you just adopted in 2024 that sets forth the vision of this county. All we're asking is that that vision is upheld. We would like to see that in the comprehensive plan, we say zoning is not the only tool for land use. Meade County's ordinances are also powerful tools to help guide growth and development and to protect the quality of life for its residents. We're not required to have zoning, and even in SDCL 11-217 says the board may adopt a subdivision ordinance which shall be made in accordance with the comprehensive plan. That tells us that if we make a comprehensive plan, our ordinances have to follow that plan. That follows all the way down to the issuing of the permits in that ordinance, which is already on the books and has plain definitions for what an earth disturbance movement is. This mine very much fits that bill, and it is not exempted from this. This entire area is not ag, and even if it were ag, that goes against then even more strongly the comprehensive plan that we've set in place, which we've defined the vision for this to be residential and ag, not industrial, which this mine will be. This is the wrong location for this. Again, back to the comprehensive plan. If we look, this area that's surrounding where this mine will be, we can see all the beautiful minicata that's there to mine for limestone. We know that. That runs that entire corridor that is in the developing area of this valley. This is the first mine. This will not be the last mine. That's an important thing. This entire area here will be gone because it makes sense. You're going to put a mine where you need resources, but we also have already established this as places people live. That is the problem. It's different if I move next to a mine. I know what I'm in store for.
Mr. Scott.
Thank you.
Can I make one quick comment following up on his?
No, we're going to go to the next speaker,
Okay.
Mr. Burns.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak, but since I want to be able to say this, here's my concern from.
Could you announce yourself, please?
I'm sorry. Chris Greenberg, Piedmont. Thank you. But one of the things I look at is this: there's a lot of young families live out in this area. A lot of elderly people live in this area. Let's just say that things don't go well with this mine. Let's just say it won't happen, but might happen. Let's just say that it does go bad, and the property values decrease for whatever reason or don't increase. Everybody that's out here is at their maximum loan to value, right? So if their value drops down, right, just say it goes from 400,000 to 300,000, they can't come up with the money. Where are they going to go? Most of these people have mortgages at 2, 3, 4%. If they tried to move to Rapid City at 650,000 for the same house at 500,000 in Piedmont Valley, where are they going to go? This is a deep issue and I know that the lawyers say you can't do this, whatever the case is, and so on. In a week, we've had 241,000 people look at our Facebook page. From all over the country. We have 1,100 people that have signed up to be part of this. I urge you to try to find a solution to be able to say, let's slow down and take a look at this, make sure this is the right spot. I'm not anti-growth. I'm not I'm not that at all. But it's also, it's just not good for the people. I know why they're going there because I know my area. I live there. Okay, I know why they're going there because it's easy to get to. Okay, so that's the thing about this is that you have to look beyond. I can leave. I can leave and go anywhere I want to go. Move to Florida. Doesn't matter where I want to go. I love it here in Piedmont Valley, South Dakota. But I urge you to find solutions. We provide you copies of your ordinances, so it's easy for you to do. I know you're busy people. You have other jobs. I get that. We provide you the map so you can see where it is. They want to get in here to this whole thing is what they want to get into. There's no stopping it. Truck traffic, you got that on your agenda today at 10 o'clock. All these kind of things you have going on. We're here to try to help and try to work with you. And we are going to keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greenberg. Who would like to speak next? Who would like to speak next? Senator.
Commission. Thank you, Commission. Senator John Carley, District 29, Meade County. Good to see all of you today. Thanks for hearing this. I think it's clearly an important issue. You know, I can understand your guys' position too, because we're going to be looking at this from a state level as well, and so appreciate you guys looking into this. You know, the area is basically the entrance to Meade County. It's coming in, affects for sure 3 cities, Blackhawk, Somerset, Piedmont, as you enter Interstate 90 coming from Rapid City. So clearly a big area. A lot of our development is taking place in that area. You know, this is certainly, I'm open to business as well, but never at the expense of our taxpayers or the quality of life and the safety of our citizens. I just encourage you guys to look at anything, even though there's no zoning is the word that we're aware of, look into any other solutions, whether it's ordinances. I've seen 52, 58, 59. I've seen the master plan. In fact, I participated in the master plan, attending a number of the meetings and helping them to kind of craft that. So definitely look at that again, since that was just done and seemed to not indicate any mining coming to the area. Neighbors, a lot of neighbors in the area, certainly a big area for quality of life, quality of the views. You know, this is right on the interstate and entering our area. A lot of people look at tourism as well. Certainly we're in the city right now that gets a lot of tourism for the city. And that is our statewide, that's our second most important industry. So that'll affect that as well. So I just want to encourage you, you know, work together. We'll work together with you guys from the state level. If there's anything we can do from the state level, we will be working on that. We're getting pushback too that, oh, well, can't do this, can't do that from the state level. But I can tell you we're not going to stop. We're going to be creative. We're going to look into other ideas and solutions. So I just encourage you to do the same thing, since this really is the front door to Meade County. So thank you very much.
Senator. Anybody who else would like to speak? Who else would like to speak? Yes, sir. If the people that would like to speak next could start coming forward as well, please. Your mic is off. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's the green.
I don't know where. Okay. Hi, my name is Mary Jean Voigt. First, I normally do not speak up. I let everybody else do it. But this, I have one comment, and this is greed. This is about individual greed. And as county commissioners, you work for us. And the fact that you say you can't do anything is alarming. And that's my only comment.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Who would like to speak next?
I'm Stephanie Severson. I live in Blackhawk. I don't speak either, and you will be able to tell by my voice. Anyway, I live up on the hill in trees, and I can see mining already going on and blasting and dirt in the air. And over just probably the last couple of years, my deck is just totally full of dirt all the time. And rains, I have mud on my tables out there. And I'm really concerned about our air. I mean, I'm sure that anybody who lives out there realizes that we have dust all the time anymore. My windows are dirty all the time. And I'm really concerned about what we're breathing, the air, and that we all have to live in this dust all the time with mining everywhere. And I'd really like to see, some concern in what we're breathing. I'm beginning to think that I need to move somewhere else because I can't breathe outside. I have a friend that he has asthma and he can't even go outside because of all the dust. Anyway, that's a real concern, as well as that our beautiful landscape coming into Rapid City is getting destroyed. So anyway, I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Severson.
George Nally.
I'm sorry, would you repeat your name?
George Nally.
George Nally, thank you.
I too found out last week that this mining was taking place. The only difference between me and you is the line of the mine goes right along my property lines on two sides. We have lived there for between 35 and 40 years. Currently our house is paid for, but we're living on Social Security. I hear people say, well, I'm just going to pull up and move. That's not an option for us. We've had a lot of adopted kids. We've taken care of kids. We have them in our home now. And so that's a real concern for me. We also have a community well that is right near. It's actually on the neighbor's property. There are 9 of us that use that well. Whatever might happen to that well would affect all of us as well. And I'm one of those who has been there for one of the historic. Somebody says, well, you've seen a lot. Yeah, I've seen a lot of changes. Somerset was fields when we moved there. And I'm not against neighbors moving in at all, but I am against things that would destroy. And part of our home is about 100 years old, and then it's grown from there. I'm not at all sure that we'll have a home if they start blasting very close by to our home. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Nally. Anybody else like to speak? Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Tracy Sagmiller. I've lived in Piedmont since 1977 in the Piedmont Valley. I've watched it grow, I've watched it change, but through it all, one thing has remained constant: the beauty, the peace, and the sense of community to make this place home. First time I heard the word NIMBY, I had to look it up. It stands for Not in My Backyard. It's the way it's often used, it implies that people like me only care about our comfort and don't care about other communities that are harmed instead. That couldn't be farther from the truth. Yes, I deeply care about my backyard. Not because it's more important than anyone else's, it's because I know what's at stake when any community is threatened by mining and industrial development. Let me tell you what my backyard has to offer. Along with clean water, fresh air, quiet surroundings, it's home to deer, birds, pollinators, and trees that have stood for generations. It's a place where kids play safely, where neighbors wave to each other on the streets. We can still see the stars at night. That's not something to take for granted, and it's certainly not something to destroy for short-term profit. My backyard also provides horseback riding trails, four-wheeler routes that have become a thriving part of our local tourism industry, hiking paths and breathtaking views of valleys, deep canyons, vibrant foliage. It's a rich place with history where generations have gone camping, exploring caves, passed on traditions of outdoor adventure, and I grew up exploring those same caves as a scout and later brought my own children there to share the same history. If a historical society can protect man-made structure from demolition because of their history, why can't we extend the same respect to the caves and landscapes that have taken million years to form? How can we justify destroying something so ancient and irreplaceable for a project that will only last a few decades at best. A gravel mine would change everything. The noise, the dust, the truck traffic would make our roads unsafe and our air unhealthy. The runoff can contaminate our groundwater we all rely on. Wildlife would be displaced, and the peaceful character of this community would disappear. And for what? The benefits go mostly to an outside company, while the costs stay with us, the residents and families, the people who call this place home. Once that land is stripped and scarred and polluted, it doesn't come back. You can't unpoison a well. You can't undo erosion. You can't bring back lost silence or beauty.
Thank you, Ms. Sagmiller. Perfect timing. Who'd like to go next?
Hi, my name's Tessa Markham. I live in Piedmont. My main concern is the air. I have 4 young children, and we live in Piedmont because we're such a good community. If a neighbor needs help, that neighbor is there to help them, compared to Rapid. And I have twins, and they already have health issues as it is, and so I don't want to leave Piedmont to try and go to Montana or Wyoming to get out of the city for healthier environment, healthier air compared to Rapid. My kids love Piedmont, and my kids love going up there and looking for trails, for animals. We go up there and go riding all the time, go fishing. That is all going to get destroyed if this mine is up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marco, is it?
Markham.
Markham, okay, thank you.
My name is Kina Michelle. I am a renter on a property that's just north of this mining situation. My background is urban planning, architecture, and working with councils. I was a landscaper for 35 years, so I wanted to bring a few things that I've been thinking about to attention. Everybody's talking about the quality of life and quality of air. It would be interesting to see if we could take a look at some factual regulations from EPA, maybe for the asbestos and the radon that's going to be exposed. Those are in South Dakota, and they that's one of the things when I was a contractor in another state that we had to actually do some background asbestos training because of that, and we are very close to a couple schools there. So there might be some regulations on the schools and how many feet away the radon and asbestos can be. Also, we have noticed we have a property owner that's come in to my area, and there's been a lot of trucks back and forth, and we've actually had 3 wells. I don't know if you want to call it fail, but they stopped working and it started coming up from the ground, and if that small disturbance of trucks going up and down the hills, what are the other things going to do? We have aquifers, and most of us are on wells there, and that might actually collapse a lot of the aquifer system. So that might be something that we could take a look at as well. Let's see. One of the things that I also wanted to bring up is what is our funding? This is not a question to answer now, but for you to look at later. This heavy amount of traffic. I know that the bridges have been twice set aside, and a fellow member who's actually here today of the community said that he's seen 2 trucks tip over on our bridge because it's such a tight turn. We need to also consider the huge financial impact of the road conditions. These are school roads. The buses go on daily, and how is that going to affect their roads and their quality and getting to school and back? I know from my background that this is a huge detriment to our roads and our finances in that regard. And the last thing that I haven't heard today is hunting. A lot of people are concerned about the disruption of our local hunting possibilities. There are also endangered species that I have seen on the Game Fish and Parks and National Forest paper that was put. I think it was a 99-page paper or something. We're talking, I've seen a black ferret in my front yard, have a picture of it, and that is literally right down the hill from that mine. People are concerned about our deer going away and our turkeys and those things. So Thank you very much. My name is Kina, and have a good day. Thanks for being here.
Anybody else? Representative.
Thank you, Representative Terry Jorgensen. I also just found out about this last week and started making a ton of calls. A couple of things. There is a permit that is required for the crusher. That does go with a piece of equipment, but my concern is with clean air, and so I've actually been looking at the EPA statutes, and there may be something we can do with the Clean Air Act. I'm concerned there's 3 schools in the area, and what exactly is, when they're doing the mining and the dust that is going to be dug up, how that's going to affect the air quality. Again, is there silica? Is there, I know we talked about radon, but I think radon, once it hits the air, it usually disperses, but concerned about just air quality in general. But the wells, I'm encouraging people, please have your wells tested now so that you have a baseline. So in case there is seepage or anything like that, that you can show what it was prior to the mine. And then I also want to just echo the words that Senator Carley said. As far as the state, I would love to work with the commissioners to try and strengthen our laws so that going forward that we don't have this kind of situation. And then lastly, I just want to say thank you to all the people that are here today that are standing up and standing up for their community. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Marcy Ron. I just wanted to come up here and say that, Mr. Deering, I did hear you at the beginning of this, that you are against this, and I thank you for that. And we know from comments from you guys and comments from everyone else that this isn't going to be an easy battle, but it's a battle that we all that are here are willing to fight. And we're willing to get creative with you, and we're willing to do groundwork that needs to be done. So I just wanted to let you know that whatever it is that you guys think you might need from the community, let us know. Because we want to be the grassroots. We want to be there to get this thing stopped, no matter how far you guys think it might be out of control. We're willing to fight it. That's all.
Who would like to speak next?
Hi, Erica May, Sun Valley Estates, which is part of Somerset, but also in the Piedmont Valley. Just as to the previous statement of that land being for agricultural use only, I've done a simple property search on Meade County Beacon, and the main section, which is at 14959 Sturgis Road, which is directly next door to the Big D gas station, that particular property on the land listing that I got off Beacon says it's for commercial use. So therefore it is enforceable with the comprehensive plan and ordinance 52 as well. So I hope that, I just wanted it on record that it is, and if you do another land search, hopefully there's going to be more acreage in there that is also appropriated for other than ag so that we can get ahead of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Kathy Rice, District 29. I'm kind of working with a different angle, trying to help the people here. I'm kind of contacting the people that own the land, that are leasing it to the mines, and seeing if I can compromise with them, and seeing what their plans are. And I've contacted one, and they're really not for the mine. So I'm trying to work with them to see what we could do to make this work, that we don't have to have this go through this area, because I am concerned about the ag in the area, with the horses and the cows and the things like that also, as long as the people in the schools. And I appreciate everyone's hard work that they've done so far and trying to contact people and to get the information, because we just heard about it about a week ago, and we've been really working hard and trying to find information and the correct information. We probably don't have it all yet, but we're trying. We're trying to get what we can to figure out how do they let this go through here. And I know it's just a license that you have to get through the state, but we should also have regulations here in Meade County that that will protect the citizens and their properties and their property rights. And I appreciate your help and anything you guys can do. And I'll be trying to help too. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. We got about 5 minutes left.
Good morning. My name is Tonchi Weaver, and I don't live in Piedmont or Somerset. My kids do, my daughter and her grandsons. But the reason I'm here today is because I did spend a short stint on the West Dakota Water Development District to fulfill a term when my director moved. And so I am coming here today because I'm very concerned about the aquifers. And I encourage you to look at the USGS hydrology studies, look at the aquifer maps and the recharge zones. I think you will find that there's good information there. It is very realistic that this mine, specifically limestone mining, could affect this area detrimentally. I'll just go through the headlines here. Number one, by surface alteration and compaction, this reduces infiltration and meaning less water into the aquifer and more runoffs of the surface. Removal of soil and weathered limestone causes the infiltration capacity to drop. The topographical modification can change slope and drainage patterns, diverting runoff away from natural sinkholes or stream loss zones that are used to feed the aquifer. Sediment and fill material piles up and can plug or clog natural recharge openings. Alteration of groundwater gradients can lower the water table, changing the direction or amount of recharging entering nearby areas. And long-term reclamation effects, even after closure, reclaimed surfaces might not restore natural permeability, leading to permanent reduction of recharge capacity. The limestone that is exposed or very near the surface, as is characteristic of the Madison. That means, you've heard the word karst, and that means it's very porous. So the groundwater goes directly into the aquifer. With that, I'm going to leave a few minutes for somebody else, but this is a grave concern not only for this community, but for Rapid City, Rapid Valley, and other communities that are that use the Madison aquifer. Thank
you, Ms. Weaver.
My name is Gary McDuffie. I hate being up here right now. I'm probably one of the newest residents in the valley. My wife and I are retired military. We spent the last 3 years traveling the country. We could live anywhere we want. We chose Piedmont Valley. We chose our neighborhood because of our neighbors, because of what we saw when we went over to look at the house, because of the beauty we saw, because of the people outside, the environment. It doesn't sound like you guys are for this, and I appreciate that. But my wife and I chose this location to raise our daughter. She just turned 5. I don't want to see it destroyed. So if my words can add any additional motivation, any additional push for you or anybody else, I had to come up and say it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naceki. Anybody else wish to speak? We have approximately 1 minute left from the total time.
Shannon Blatsky, Piedmont.
I'm sorry, just repeat your name. I'll stop.
Shannon Blatsky, Piedmont. I'll be quick. I just want to ditto what everybody else said. I am the landowner that is also adjacent to the acre property and the proposed mining. The well for our subdivision is on my property. I also have my oldest son who has lung issues since birth. I feel like this is a wonderful group of people that cares so much about our community. Please, please, please use their research, tap into them. This is really important to all of us.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm Sean Fahey from Piedmont. I think it'd be helpful for the board to put out a resolution or some kind of statement saying you don't think it's a good idea and that we don't have any regulations against zoning now, but if you continue this, if you keep it up, that could be coming. So a little push from your side, a statement from the board saying we're concerned about this, directly to the company, saying we can make it harder on you.
Thank you, Mr. Fick. That concludes our time. Was there anybody that wanted to speak that did not get a chance to? You're opposed to the mine? If you could just come forward and state your name, and we'll put you down as opposition. Just to get a Me Too in.
My name's Aaron Clendenin. I've grown up here in Piedmont since I was about 10 years old.
Just a Me Too, sir. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anybody else would like to give a Me Too that did not get a chance to speak? If you'd form a line, please, we'll just take these things.
Come on, Piedmont, where do you want me?
Just say it in the microphone, please, and speak slowly so we can get your name recorded if you'd like it.
Wagner.
Barb Wagner.
I've lived here since 1976.
Okay. Just your name and a Me Too.
My name's Charlie Sen.
I'm sorry so much. Please, if we can keep the noise down, this is important so we can get public record.
My name is Charlie Sen. I'm opposed.
Thank you, sir.
Michelle Kaluza, Me Too.
James Giles, Me Too.
Are you guys getting the names? Thank you.
David Goodwin, opposed.
Thank you.
Brad Kaluza, Me Too.
Thank you.
Kyle Robertson, opposed.
Thank you.
Melanie Thyssen, Me Too.
Thank you. If you guys need help with the names, just holler at us, please.
Gail Dillon, opposed.
Vicki Honerkamp, opposed.
Ma'am, could you repeat your name?
Vicki Honerkamp.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Clint Peterson, opposed.
Dusty Peterson, opposed. Melanie Giles, opposed.
Ben Neal, opposed.
Terrell Hauk, opposed.
Alan Feldman, opposed.
Bernadette Ucera from Sturgis, definitely opposed.
Terry Haug, opposed.
Dale Raish, Piedmont, opposed.
John Torvey from Piedmont, opposed.
Janice Torvey from Piedmont, opposed. Zelda Gunderson from Piedmont, opposed. And my husband, Tim Gunderson from Piedmont, opposed.
John Wagner from
Sir,
Piedmont, opposed.
Sir, if you could hold up just a second. You will need your name, sir.
John Wagner, Piedmont.
Thank you.
Sylvia Court, Piedmont, opposed. Marnie Oliver, Somerset. Carol Thornton, Piedmont,
Thank you.
opposed.
Ma'am, we didn't get yours.
Jerry Stuckey, Piedmont, opposed.
Wait. What was your name?
Hold
If you could wait just 1 minute, please. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, my name is John Parks from Piedmont, opposed, definitely opposed.
Amy Beth Soyland, Piedmont, opposed.
Mary Bueller, opposed, from Piedmont.
Jordan Polcher, Somerset, opposed.
Thank you, and thank you guys for all coming. I appreciate you being prepared in your comments. It helps us keep everything organized. Is there questions from the commission or comments from the commission or anything that got brought up. Commissioner Weisler.
I have some comments. So it's kind of frustrating sitting up here. Before I was county commissioner, I served on county planning also. We get a lot of pressure out of Rapid City. I've advocated for more local control. I want to give some history here and touch on a couple things. About 12 years ago, this commission passed zoning. It was referred by the people. I told people, you got to vote this in. This is crazy. I can see it coming from Rapid, all this pressure. That got voted down 80-20. The people out there, if the people have been here since for the last 15, 20 years, the chances are 8 out of 10 that you voted against it. So maybe some of you did, maybe some of you didn't, but it was voted down overwhelmingly. The commissioner who advocated it and led the charge on the zoning was vilified, torn apart in that election, destroyed every way they could. Every way. You know, the great irony here, that commissioner is Alan Aker, who today is, you know what, if you guys would have voted in and allowed zoning, he wouldn't be doing this today. This mine would not be going here. So you've asked what you can do. You can dust off that old zoning ordinance. You can do a referendum of the people, and you could vote it back in. Because the difficulty is, if you look at a commission like this, that when that was passed, it got voted down 80-20, that's a clear sign the people don't want zoning out here. Now, I've advocated and I've told people this over and over. On several issues, some of you may have heard about the shooting range the state was putting in. There were ranchers here multiple times testifying against that, telling us, asking us to shut it down. And I knew those ranchers, known them for a long time, and I knew most of them had actively opposed the zoning when it was up for a vote. They wanted it voted down. And I reminded them every time they were up here that they opposed it. Now they wanted us to zone one specific parcel because it impacted them. Now, I would tell everybody out there, I tell every rancher, you want zoning out here. But I don't think it can originate here given how that vote went. So if you really want to protect this county going forward, and frankly, it's not going to be in time to stop the mine, but it might stop the next one, then that needs to be an advocacy group that puts that together and probably tries to get it back on the ballot or shows up in such overwhelming force here that this commission feels that it's worthwhile to pursue. Because I'm just going to tell you, it's incredibly difficult for a government to impose zoning. It's multiple hearings, it's a lot of work, and we don't have a lot of people here. We're very short. We got a planning department of like 3 people. We just don't have the bandwidth to spend a bunch of time on something that's going to get referred again and voted down. So it's that issue is really on the lap here, and I have been advocating for people to get out there and tell their neighbors and try to build a groundswell. So you've asked what might help. That's something that might help. Now, like I said, there's absolutely no way that could get done in time to impact this mine. But like I said, one of the first gentlemen talked about the whole ridge, it could stop the next one. So I think that's something everybody should consider out there. Now, but that also means if you live in the county, you're going to be zoned too. People always ask me, is there a frustration with being on the commission? I go, well, the thing I always find fascinating is somebody will sit there and tell me, don't you tell me what to do on my land. And would you tell my neighbor to stop doing this? In the same breath, we get it with roads too. Somebody will come in and say, my taxes are way too high, and you need to improve my road. I mean, these are tough balances to find. So we try up here, but people have spoken pretty resoundingly about 12 years ago on the zoning issue. I think we need it. You can just, the pressure out of Rapid's not going to stop. The industrialization is not going to stop. You can look at the valley. I've only lived out here 30-some years, so I'm still a newcomer in some ways. But you can see the change in the valley and the way that it's done. And if we had zoning, it would look better. We'd have better development. We'd have better control on the development. It doesn't exist. As to that Ordinance 52, That ordinance does not prevent somebody from doing something. It just says when you're doing it, you have to protect the runoff so it doesn't get into creeks and watersheds. And all that is for them to put up barriers and silt fences and things like that. It doesn't let us regulate or stop the activity. It just lets us make them do it in such a way to control the runoff. So it's not a stopping thing. So if they start disturbing earth, they're going to have to come in here and get a permit. But those permits, the regs on those permits are straightforward. As I tell people all the time, people do stuff with their land I really dislike. But if they comply with the ordinance, or if we don't have an ordinance that addresses that, we can't stop it. And so when they do the earth disturbance, as long as they meet the requirements of putting in the silt fences, as long as they meet the requirements of managing the runoff, we're going to have to issue them a permit. That's what the law is. If you comply with the law, I got to issue the permit. So that's not a cure for this thing. It's a frustration. It's a great area. I live now. When I first moved out here, I didn't live too far from that mine. I know the area really well. It's going to be, but we're at where the people have spoken. If we want to get the zoning, I think it's got to be a groundswell. For those of you that have expressed an interest in trying to do something out there, I think whether you can build a coalition to try to get that done, I'm all supporting it. So, those are my couple comments. Thank you all for showing up.
I've closed public comment. If a commissioner asks you to come back, I'll grant that. But if you'd like to get it back to us in an email, that'd be fine. Any other commissioner like to make a comment or question?
Well, I'm always a person of few words. I'm Doreen Creed. I can't disagree with anything that has been said here today. I also want to echo what Talbot says about zoning. I was on the commission when we passed that zoning, which eliminated ag lands from the zoning regulations. We had hearings here in this very room, and the room was packed just like this. And people seemed to be concerned, would they be allowed to keep chickens and have a garden? Insane concerns that were generated. We told them no. Those hearings lasted until after midnight. The commissioners themselves, because counties are not allowed to use any taxpayer money naturally to promote anything. So we all opened our own pocketbooks and we paid for the advertising to try to counteract some of it. But it was very disheartening. And I found it really ironic that it was only a few meetings later that some of the very people who passed the petitions for zoning, or against the zoning to refer to a vote, were very concerned that Pete Lean and Sons is going to expand that mine out there in the Black Hawk area where the lady who spoke here mentioned. I'm also disappointed in what the state has. What happens here can happen other places too. For those of you who've been around, you know that at the state level, our lax mining laws go back to the influence that Homestake Mine has had on the state legislature and the gubernatorial office since the gold rush. I looked up the DANR minutes to see how people voted for this, because I know some of the members on that board. One of them used to be a Lawrence County commissioner. I thought surely he would not have voted for this in an area that he probably drove past whenever he went to Rapid City. I went through several meeting minutes. I can't find where the board even formally has to approve this, which led me to believe that this is such a one-off, that the state laws are so lax on this that a clerk in an office apparently can sign off on something that can change everybody's lives. I could be wrong, but I could not find it. And then furthermore, the state's reclamation laws are a complete joke. They require very little. We have 2 landfills down in southern Meade County that we've fought. We got nowhere. One has a $500 bond, and it's built over a section line. EANRs, oh, too bad, too sad. For any of you who follow the county commission, you know closing section lines or vacating them are a huge issue. DNR, no problem. That other refuge site that has destroyed the roads down in southern Meade County that all of you are paying for has a 0 bond. Talbot mentioned Alan Aker. Alan Aker and I got on the phone and we called DENR about those landfills at the time and said, with the reclamation amounts, why would those landowners ever even bother to reclaim them? Why not just leave it, not pay any taxes on it, and let all of you pay for it when that land goes back as a tax deed? Our laws at the state level concerning mining, reclamation are a joke. I ask our representatives here to go on there and see how much Homestake, Barrett, Wharf, etc. are paying for reclamation. Go on there and see the extensive dialogue in the meeting minutes about transferring a license for a gravel pit and its $2,500 bond. All kinds of talk on that. Nothing on this. And by the way, that bond won't cover the reclamation that's needed. We need a whole review, not only at the county level, but at the state level, or else our state is going to be destroyed.
Thank you, Ms. Creed. Any other commissioner have any questions, comments? I'm if anyone else does up here, I'd like to keep it short. We do still need to get through public comment, and we have a lot of other things on this meeting agenda.
I think that the location is probably not the best location. I kind of echo, all of the comments from you guys. I was Somerset's commissioner prior to being here, so I'm tied to the area, right? And ironically, the same day that we got the notice that we had a mine going in over there, there's one going in on the Antelope Creek area. So, those are things that we find out. That one I think is probably in a better location. It's a little bit farther from people, but the rock is obviously a different quality. To me, it's not the right location. I think the zoning, I think would be fantastic. I think an effort from the community is what's really needed.
Thank you, Commissioner Liggett. Commissioner Zimmer, do you have anything to add?
This is how I make my true livelihood is, what we do for a living is based on these quarries. So our contractors use the rock to build the roads. Test it. I've had several conversations with, Simon Peatling. I live in Blackhawk. I've got a mine that's just up behind me on the hill. Our house is covered in dust, dirt, everything every day. we chose to live there, so that's long before me, so I live with that. I agree that this mine is not in the right area. We do need that type of stuff in our community, but it could definitely be better placed. But going back to everything, I'm definitely with Talbot here in the fact that it does take community members to stop this kind of stuff. And I was not in this particular area of the state at the time, nor on the commission when ordinances came up, zoning came up. But that does fall back on the community to make sure you guys are paying attention to this stuff and make sure you are bringing it forward. There's only so much we can do. Since I've been on this commission, I have noticed how our hands do get tied in certain areas. As Talbot had said, they bring forth the proper procedures and paperwork. We can't deny it. Some of this could be stopped with zoning. And it kind of does go back to, as a community as a whole, everybody's got to work together and try to stop this in the future. So, that's about all.
Thank you. And again, thanks. I want to thank everybody for showing up today, and thank you for being professional and being prepared in your comments. I do appreciate that. Let's go on. Is there anybody else here for anything else under public comment? Okay, that's going to have to be dealt with the state. So yeah, So,
and it's the very same agency as this.
So this subject is now closed. I'm sorry, we have to move on. So I'm going to close this subject. If anybody else has anything to bring forward on public comment, and if you guys need to email us, we can get you answers that way. We got to move on with our meeting though. So does anyone else have anything else they want to address public comment? Yes, sir. Come forward, please. Three minutes, sir.
My name is Fred Maurer. This is the third time I've been here. Came for CM 17A, a county road. 2 times ago, the last time I was here, Troy came up here and told everybody that he came out there and inspected that area, and he said that the road was eroding away, that the culvert needed work, and it would only take a couple hours to do the work. He also said that there was signs on the road, speed signs, reflectors, both types of reflectors, the little round ones, also the big square ones with arrows pointing on them and stuff like that there. I've looked at different things, and everything I can find, it's supposed to be a maintained county road. It says it on the map that I got a couple, 2-3 weeks ago. It says it on different things for directions and everything else. It says it's CM 17A. It's also 152. It's been maintained for well over 35 years. I've been there for 35 years. The only time I've talked to anybody about the road is I've talked to the superintendent of maintenance back about 13 years ago. The gravel was to the point where it was getting impossible to get up the hill and out of there. He came, or they came, and graveled it, and it's been maintained up until last year, sometime or another this year, late last year, because last summer they maintained it. This summer I've been trying to get them out there to do some work. They haven't came, and the reason why is because somebody put up a no maintenance sign at the beginning of the road. Last year, they took off Kettleson Loop off the sign. When I called up the superintendent.
That's your time, sir. Thank you. Any questions, comments for Mr. Morrow? Anybody? Oh, go ahead.
Has Troy been? Have they been out to work on that culvert yet? I know we talked about it, but and he's been. We've got New Underwood Road in a.
I understand that, but here again, I guess I should have came up with this here comment first. Is it's soon going to be wintertime. We get all kinds of snow out there and stuff.
Yeah.
I need to get some kind of guarantee that the road is going to be taken care of so we can get out of there. Troy did come out there. That's what I said. He said that the road needed work because it was washing away.
Right.
The culvert needed work, and that it would only take a while. He also said that there's signage there.
Okay.
He was supposed to come out there and look at it.
And you answered the question, sir. So, any other questions?
But I haven't found out whether that sign.
Any other questions from the commission?
No, I don't have any.
Commission's Okay, thank you.
We'll find out, sir, and I'll have Troy contact you.
You guys told me that the very first time.
Thank you, sir.
That was what Troy was supposed to come out there to do.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. That's your time. Anybody else for public comment? Anybody else for public comment? Not, I'm going to close public comment. At this time, let's get through our routine business before we go to our hearings. We're running late on the hearings, but I don't see any offices here. Register of Deeds, no one's here. State's Attorney's Office, Treasurer's Office. Do you have anything to announce from the Treasurer's Office?
The treasurer is staff short. This is the busiest tax time of the year, as you know. One of the staff members had a death in the family, so she is unable to be here.
Thank you, Commissioner Creed, for that. Let's move down to our scheduled hearing now, which is item F on the agenda. We'll skip over Sheriff and Highway for now, and Auditor. Brings us up to our second reading of Ordinance 59. There are several proposed changes that we have been working on. At this moment in time, it did pass its first reading at our last meeting. I'd just like to address some of the proposed changes. Ken and I have worked on this. I appreciate Ken's help on this. Any of these items are in red. Then after I look at these proposed changes, I'm going to open up the public comment afterwards, which the first proposed change is on page 4. It was brought to our attention by Mr. Robert Raker of West River Electric. He proposed us taking a look at, and excuse me, I didn't thank you, Troy, you've been working on this as well. Well, of a utility fleet permit, it certainly makes sense to me. I put this in there to discuss with the commission. I think we'd all want our electric fixed when it goes down, so I appreciate him bringing that to our attention to offer the electric cooperatives and public utilities a fleet permit. You would go down 8.1.7. Oh, excuse me. Did I get something? That should not be in there. I thought we kept that out of the exemptions. Okay.
Yep.
Excuse me. Let's start.
What we have
let's
is
go
section
back.
9 didn't
Yeah, and I apologize. Let's go back to 1.11. That's in regards to transferring. We originally had it's non-transferable. I'd like to add that you could the same owner could transfer it to him or herself. If he has to sell his truck or trades truck off, he could transfer that to another truck because these are listed by truck. It's not necessarily by owner. So you can't transfer it to someone else, but you could keep it for a different truck.
Why would that be any different than transferring a vehicle license? When you sell it, you got to get a new license. Why would we make this an exception?
I guess we can discuss that when we get into that.
That's what came to my mind when I read that.
And I just want to go through these what's proposed change, so when they comment today, they'll know, because some of these are getting proposed from comments we got last time. Simply taking out this on 6.1, I believe that's the next one, isn't it, Ken? And stop me if I skip over one. That it's just the it's a single over length vehicles. It's not an annual. That was just a mistake we made.
Same in 7.1.
Did I? I'm missing some of these.
It's not in red, but the same change was made
Yeah,
there.
section 4.7 was added. That's not in
Would you point out the ones that are not in red? So unfortunately, I don't have a version that has red. 4.7 was the utility fleet.
red. Yeah, that's utility.
Can we go through these proposals first, and you can ask questions, and we'll, like I said, I just want to point out these so that when you guys comment, so we're not repeating the same things, because like I said, a lot of these dealt with comments we got last time, so that's the reason I'm proposing them. So I just kind of want to go and highlight what we are going to propose for change. So would you point out, because evidently I'm missing
9.1.4.
We also had a change in the limitations on the Sturgis motorcycle rally stuff.
Correct.
Which one is that? Oh, okay. 1.10.
Thank you.
It originally was 15 miles. I'd like to bring that down to 10. It's 10 is plenty, in my opinion, during the rally. Also, I want to, and possibly, Commissioner Wyzorek brought this to my attention, we possibly need some better language in that last sentence. My intent here is to keep that Nova within 10 miles during this time, but outside of that 10 miles, the paved roads. The paved roads was included in this last time. I'd like to take the paved roads outside of that 10 miles out of that and say a 13-foot width limit. Because New Hundred Road I'm really close to. I see Larry Gossard's here today. I mean, there'd be no reason he couldn't get up at 7 in the morning and get his scraper somewhere. In my opinion, it's not that busy on that road. So that's the reason for this proposed change. Which one is next, Ken?
My apologies. Rhea did the
Yep. I'm going to have to
the
go.
legwork, so
I'm going to probably have to go to my just Word document. Let me switch. Yeah, doesn't look like any of those are unread, unfortunately. You have it on the screen, so you can holler at me as well.
9.1.7 was the hired or contracted.
Yeah. Oh, the 8.1.1 and 8.1.2 and 8.1.3. Proposing some changes here because that's very
9.1 at this point.
Switched it to 9.1.
Yeah, we inserted the use of permit fees.
Yeah,
as
Gary,
Section 8.
Do you have your email up? I can email you that.
Yeah, I can have it up. But the exemptions is what I was talking about, Ken?
Yeah, and that's now Section 9, because we inserted a new Section 8 for use of funds to go to the bridge fund.
All funds will go to the County Road and Bridge Fund. To my knowledge, it has to, according to state auditor.
Yes.
The 8.1.1, I had on there any vehicle exempted. The 7 ton, that's confusing. These exemptions are for mistakes made. If I think my calves weigh 500 pounds and they weigh 5 1/4, that's for a mistake being made. But the 7 ton shouldn't be in there, in my opinion. The contract hire stuff it was 8.1.6.
It's now the contract hire is 9.1.7.
9.1.7. The language added which had any vehicle owned by a farmer or rancher, their licensed employees, or somebody hired by them is what I'd like to hire.
It says or hired or contracted.
Or hired or contracted.
By a farmer or rancher.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yep. So I'd like to add that. That got brought up last time.
9.1.4 fire chief.
9.1 is any vehicle is allowed if they're in pursuit of a fire. They don't need the ranchers getting pulled over. They got a tanker of water.
Yeah, or running a tractor over to help
Yes,
scrape or something.
yeah. So it's,
I think and hope that caught them all.
there was also an exemption to 8.1.2, which is now, which was the second exemption. It used to read any vehicle hauling harvesting grain. It was in relationship to harvesting grain. We changed it. I'd like to change it to any vehicle hauling agricultural products to the point of first unloading within 50 miles. The reason for that is harvesting grain is pretty vague. If just hay, silage, anything would be covered under that comment now with the proposal. So with that, I'm going to open public comment. I think we covered, it was a little rough how we covered it, but we covered it. Anyway, I'd like to open up to public comment now. I'll offer 3 minutes apiece if anyone would like to come forward and comment on this this proposed ordinance or proposed changes or anything on there. Anyone would like to come forward from the public? Plowing.
Good morning, everyone. Doris Lowing, Meade County resident. I did send you guys all suggestions. Thank you for adding the 9.8.1, 9.1. We did have an incident that just happened, that we had a Vitalix truck notify us on Thursday evening. The truck was there Friday morning, and he charged us over $100 and some extra because he had to come the long way in. So this will help. I would like clarification with some of the questions that I answered, and you're at will to, I don't need to read through them and wait for you to answer them all. What kind of revenue are we going to generate? And how many people are affected by this? And the people that are in this area and affected, do we still pay the permit fee? We have people out there understanding that this exemption does not make them pay the fee. So just some clarifications in that sense so that we know if we really need to pay the fee, how we need to pay it, and if it's something that we are going to actually have to do and we don't know about this and we get fined. So that's why I asked that we possibly put in there in as well as that if it's a first-time offense for a resident, that we be presented a warning so that we know that we need to buy these. I think there's easier ways to get money, but we don't like our property taxes to go up, but I think everybody using our roads should be affected. They're using them. They should pay for them. But anyhow, thank you for what you're doing. Appreciate it, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Lowing.
Any questions?
We'll ask questions afterwards. Thank you. Anybody else have questions, comments? As I asked before, if people that would like to speak, if they'd start coming toward the front of the room, please.
Jeff Bennett, Meade County resident. On the over-length permitting, I own trailers that are over-length, and I buy annual permits from the state to go anywhere when I'm empty and all that. So I guess a trip permit, $100 trip permit, that's a huge cost that's going to get passed on to the Meade County residents because I'm not eating that. I will pass that on. So, but my low boys, you know, it depends on how I have them set up to how long they are. They start out at 53 feet, but like my small low boy, it ends up being 67 with the booster on back. My big trailer ends up being 100 feet. So, you know, it just depends, but I'm all for buying an annual permit for it, but I don't want to have to trip permit it because that's going to be a lot of cost added on to the rest of the residents. Something to think about.
Sure, thank you. Would that conclude? Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. Anybody else like to speak?
Good
morning, Commission. Robert Raker, CEO of West River Electric. I wanted to stand up and say I appreciate you guys working with us. We have multiple service trucks that are right on the edge of this permit, and we need to maintain the autonomy to be able to not have to choose and pick which pickup we need to respond to outages. So appreciate your consideration and working with us on that, and I support the proposed changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raker. Anybody else like to speak? Anybody else wish to speak? Like I said, if you're wanting to speak, please start coming toward the front of the room, please.
Thank you, Dave Wilson, Sturgis area farmer and rancher, and other businesses. But I just now of understanding all this, I hadn't totally been up on what you're trying to do with permits and stuff, which is definitely causing a problem in our agricultural world. I'm not sure the total objective, it seems, in the roads, slowing trucks down accomplishes more than fighting the state laws that we already have that withstand the weight limits and the bridge laws here. You made a lot of changes today that we're trying to understand. I haven't had time to read all these, but I hope you're not voting on this today, that this is something to table so we all have time to come up with something that can work for all of us. Pushing this many more trucks on the road, a lot of these areas are going to have 30% more trucks. Well, that means more accidents. Hope you have more ambulances, stuff like that, because people just pass trucks. This doesn't seem like the solution to what you're trying to accomplish here. I understand some of the roads, the subdivisions may not be built up like they should have been, but when it comes to agricultural roads and other roads that truckers use and the outside truckers have no clue what these laws are, this is very confusing. This is something went way back years ago. Iowa did this years ago, and they finally quit it nationwide. So I really hope you're consider tabling some of this so that everybody has a chance to review it and come up with a solution that could work for all of us. This is a very busy time in the fall. It'd be nice if this is something we were discussing in December and January. We could all come up with something better. But I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Anybody else wish to speak?
Yes.
Anybody else wish to speak?
Okay. Well, just the roads leading to them is what I meant. Sorry, Doreen. Yeah.
Anybody else wish to speak? Good morning.
I'm Bennett. I have a couple questions on the permitting. For example, how are fees going to be collected? And how is it going to be automated? Is it going to be, because I'm not going to put my credit card on an email? Or are they going to make accounts for us? Or those are the questions I have.
Do you have another question, or is that?
But
if you just finish your testimony, and
yep,
I'll get through
on the
all
permit
questions.
right now, there's a spot for 2 trailers with 1 truck. Is there a way of, with the annuals, of doing the truck with lists of any of the trailers that we have?
And I can answer that after, but I'd like you to complete your testimony.
That is my question.
Okay, I'll get to that when we're all through with public
Okay.
testimony. But I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that. I've got it wrote down. Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Anybody else wish to speak?
Kai Oberlander. I'm concerned of, you kind of lost us on how the permits are going to be issued and stuff. When you started going through all the deals, it kind of lost everybody. So I just want to make sure how your permits are going to be issued. I know right now they're free or whatever, just got to get them signed. So just want to be on the same page so we can get everything straightened up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oberlander. Anybody else wish to speak? Anybody else wish to speak? Seeing anyone come forward, I'm going to close public testimony, and I can handle most of these questions. As far as, I'll just address I guess, yeah, Mr. Oberlander, we didn't really address in this at any time how they're going to be issued at right now currently. It's a process. Right now, I am fully aware that getting a permit through Meade County is a mess. I'm fully aware of that. And that is somewhat what we're trying to clean up with this ordinance is a avenue to get a permit. Automation we're not set up to be automated right now. I would love it if we were. I suspect there to be some growing pains in getting some of these permits. We don't have a permit ready to go yet, and so we still have some time. I fully anticipate working with the trucking community as far as being able to get a permit, so it's fairly easy to do. Some of us in this room are very comfortable using our phones and emails, and some of us aren't, and so there is going to be some issues with that. At this point in time, the ordinance is set up to go through to the highway department to apply for that permit. So until we can change and get something easier, Troy and I have talked about this. I don't really know what else to do. Be nice if we could have the treasurer's office at license time, but they're busy enough, and I don't know how they don't understand the weight laws and stuff, so I don't know how to incorporate all of that. So there is some things we need to talk about and work out with that. As far as listing multiple trailers, yes, that is how I wanted to write this. It'd be the way I would. At first, when we started coming up with some of this, we said, well, we're going to have to license truck-trailer combinations, and I started pulling my hair out because it'd be a nightmare. So what I would anticipate doing with the permit is listing your trailers and saying, these are the trailers, this one's at 90,000 and this one's at, for yours, much heavier, I understand, but I'm just giving examples. This one's at 90 and this one's at 84. You'd have to pay for the 90, and then you'd be granted to go to 84 on that other trailer. You couldn't go above what the state allows. Question on Ms. Lowing's question as far as revenue. This isn't a revenue maker for Forest County. This is not the intent to make revenue. This isn't going to make enough revenue to possibly gravel 2 miles of road. I mean, it's not my goal. My goal is when I look at New Underwood Road and I see it deteriorating before my eyes, it's to hopefully keep some trucks off of that road that don't belong there. Now, I understand people go around scales. I understand they're going to be coming through at night. Enforcement's going to be an issue. It's an issue now, but there's no reason to not have a rule. I mean, I'm not going to tell anyone, but I know people that put red fuel in their pickups, and there's a rule against that as well. So, granted, the state doesn't check that very often, but it's also a chance they're taking. So I don't know what to do other than to start a rule and say, the questions, comments I'm getting is and I appreciate all of them, but it's people for some reason have the understanding this ordinance is setting the weight limit. This ordinance is not setting the weight limit. We've already set the weight limit. The weight limit's already been set. This ordinance, now with that understanding, we took all 90-some% of our county roads off of that lower weight limit. But we also know we have roads like New Underwood Road, that Elk Vale Road, most of our paved roads that need a lower weight limit because we've seen the deterioration to those roads from all traffic. Granted, all traffic does buy a license, but now we're saying to be able to go over weight is what we're saying. We're saying we're allowing you to go over weight, but you have to have a permit, is what this ordinance is saying. So the weight limit's been set. So we can't confuse. This has nothing to do with the weight limit. This is the ability to get commerce to keep moving at that lower weight limit. I don't like it. I live 3 miles from New Underwood Road. I mean, if I go north, I'm going to have to go off Hereford Road. Actually, I'm possibly one of the few ranchers this really affects, because with taking that resolution at our last meeting, took 99% of the roads off of the 80,000 7-ton per axle. So therefore, it's most places in the county until you get from me south and west, you're really not affected by this weight limit. Width, 13 feet and under, no permits required. You know, I would love to say let's have a free-for-all and just let the width thing go. But we go out and we see guardrail getting hit. We see that all taxpayers end up having to pay for. So this is a way to help signs get knocked down. So this is a way. So from that 13, the reason 13 was chosen was, one, it's not going to mess anybody with hay up. I talked to Mr. Gossard, who's a well-respected, had done a lot of work with scrapers, and I believe you said 12 foot would cover most of your scrapers. So I mean 13 and under, Comac Ranch Supply, Paul's Feed and Seed, wherever you go buy a tire tank, 13 foot is pretty much the biggest tire tank you can find. So 13 and under is no permit. So from 13, over 13 to 15 and a half, 15 and a half was chosen, you can get an annual permit. Commercial stack movers is going to be 15 feet. So 15 and a half should cover that, so that you should be able to get one there. As far as the exemptions, Ms. Lowing asked questions on the exemptions. The exemptions they're fairly clear, in my opinion, what we're exempting. Most of them are on weight, or excuse me, on width. The weight exemptions, if they're written exactly how the state statute is written. You're allowed 5% on cattle. And if there's some truckers in the room that understand this stuff better than I do, I'm sure there is. But state statute allows that 5% on cattle. The reason for that, like I stated, I get up to haul my calves off, and they're weighing more. I don't know the exact weight. So we've got to allow some grace period in there, just like the state does. The 10%, again, that's written, we copied it actually, we didn't copy it verbatim. It was allowing harvesting grain from state statute. We're going further and saying anything agricultural product is allowed that 10%. So that the exemptions are specifically exemptions. Now, as far as the question was asked, do I need a permit? Yes. If you are, ag is mainly going to exempt your width requirements. As far as the way these exemptions are written and read, and if I'm saying something wrong, Ken, just holler. But it's mainly on the width is that we've done the exemptions. I'd like the weight's going to be on that 5 or 10%. So yes, if you drive beyond what your permit is requiring, if you're driving beyond what the road is permitted at, or the state allows, depending on if it's a posted road, or if the state allows it, as in most roads in the county, yes, you have to buy a permit. No different than if you're in Butte County. If you go overweight on a Butte County road, you're going to have to talk to Butte County Highway Department. If you go overweight on the state roads, you have to buy a state permit. I mean, this is how simple this is. It's an avenue to allow commerce to keep moving. Because if this does not pass, and like I said, it'd be easier maybe if it didn't, because we got a lot of headaches ahead of us as far as trying to figure out the application, the permit, and all that. But if this doesn't pass, then we're going to have an 80,000-pound weight limit on roads like New Underwood, Elkvale, with really the system we have now with permit. And we're all agreeing this is a joke. It doesn't work. So that's where this ordinance becomes important. There's things that, the regulation's already been done. And for some of those roads, it's probably not going to go back, because until those roads get to state spec or something else, it's probably not going to go back. I think I covered most of the questions that got answered. I hope so. If any other commissioner has anything else they'd like to say to it? Over length, Mr. Bennett, I'm going to flat be honest with you on this, and I'm glad you brought this up. Over length is something I struggled with when we were writing this. It's something I'm very ignorant on. I don't know much about over length. I tried to reach out to a few you guys. I know I have your number. I apologize for not calling you. I didn't realize. So we copied state statute, is what we did. If you understand over length, so this is no different than what the state requires. I struggle with an annual permit with over length, and honestly, I'd like to visit with you a little bit. I struggle with it because there's a fine line with width, length, on all of that. To the point of when you're dealing with length, you're dealing with having to have a conversation with our highway superintendent in most cases, because there's roads that we shouldn't have an overlength on. Maybe there's trees in the right of way, maybe that should have been taken care of before, but I'm not going to argue that. But at the same time, there's probably times that would come up that he should say, well, Mr. Bennett, I'd rather you didn't go down Elkville Road or something like that, or I'll permit you to do this down this road. So that's where I struggle, and there's probably as much my ignorance on that subject as anything. So I'm going to recommend, honestly, I think we're getting really close to getting this thing passed, but sure, can we just, okay, so what, and I'm going to recommend to the board to have the second reading continued to our next meeting is what I'm going to recommend, because like I say, that's our intent. It's not our intent to keep you from going up and down this road. Our intent is to try to work on solutions to these problems, and it is a problem because there's roads that your longer trailers won't go down very easily. If you have one of those get stuck in that road, then we've got other problems. So if that would be continued, it'd be something you and I can visit with, or I'd be happy to. So, sure. Sure. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah. So one of the things, I mean, this kind of goes back to, traffic counts. We didn't have a good opportunity for traffic counts. Now we have counters. We're able to use that data. One of the things that this allows us to do is see what we have for traffic on these roads, and that does help us in planning where we're going to go and what roads are heavier haul and things like that. I mean, I know it seems like it's kind of a pain for a lot of people. The permitting, I totally agree with. I saw Troy signing permits today. It is a pain. I get that. But it also lets us know, what we're putting on our roads. Right now it's kind of a free-for-all. So hopefully we can identify some of those areas that we are having some issues in the future.
Any other questions, comments from the commission?
No comments, but before we leave this subject, I'm going to want to make a motion.
Any other questions, comments before Commissioner Wyzorek makes that? Go ahead, Commissioner Wyzorek.
I'm going to just make a motion to adopt the changes as proposed in today's document. This isn't for the purposes of, I just want to get them adopted, and then the next reading we'll have all these adopted, so if we have more changes.
Sure, I appreciate that. That'd be good.
So my motion would be to adopt the changes as presented today in the proposed ordinance.
I'll second.
Motion is second to adopt the proposed changes that we have before us today. Any discussion to that motion?
Yeah, so I'm not, like I said, deferring. Gary, you've done a great job of leading this and kind of doing it, so I'd support your deferral, but like I said, I think we get these changes adopted, because red lines on top of red lines is just...
I agree. No, I agree. Any discussion to that motion? That is just simply to adopt these proposed changes into the first reading. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I could entertain a motion to continue this second reading to our next meeting.
I'll make a motion to continue second reading of proposed ordinance 59 to the next.
Second.
Motion is second on the floor. The date of that meeting is, it is on Wednesday as well. Veterans Day is on Tuesdays, just an FYI. Motion and a second on the floor to continue the second reading to our next meeting, which is November 12th. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
May I make a statement?
Mhm.
Okay. So if anybody's out there has proposed changes, I'd just reiterate what we said before. It's much better to receive them in writing before the meeting rather than try to edit on the fly.
And
I
we can,
appreciate the people that submitted them before, so we had time to you and I flip some of them back and forth for edits.
Yep.
Chairman Deering,
Yes.
can I get the commissioner that made the second to that motion, please?
Who made the second here? Rich
Thank you.
made the. I made the motion. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, like I said,
Go ahead
keep,
and blame me, Don.
keep sending your emails, and I'm happy to visit with anybody on this. Like I said, this is a work in progress. So, thank you. Let's take a break. Great. Yeah, she's very clicky. She's very clicky.
was making noise
You know what? I'll tell you what.
got to stop playing around with your toys over there.
Deborah,
That was making a lot of noise.
Deborah gave me these months ago, I think. Maybe
poker
when.
chips?
Yeah, because she noticed
You better go
I did
spend
them.
them. Would you know?
Said, I noticed you licking it dry. Rod nut. Oh, you can hear it?
Yeah, if I could hear it.
Okay. I won't do it anymore. Oh, that would be a good idea.
Order. Unless there's any objections from the commission, I'm gonna skip right to the G, planning. Brings up Meade County Tax Increment 4. We'll go back to Sheriff and Highway and Auditor after we complete planning. I'd like to get some people here that like to get on the road, so therefore I'm gonna skip to planning if we could. Mr. Morris, if you'd like to come forward, and Miss Vig. This has been Commissioner Wyzorek. Could you tee it up just a bit? You did hear this in planning. The boundaries were passed. Is that correct?
That would be correct. This is the TIF to pay back the county the money it's using to do the rebuild on Haynes, because of the growth that's being driven out there, with an idea that that TIF funds will then be earmarked to go back into our capital account so we can save money for the next project. It was heard by planning, it was passed out of planning. There was some adjustments to the boundary as are reflected in the resolution.
Could you, I was there at planning that day, and after you presented it that day, I understood why you adjusted the boundaries. There was boundary. Could you explain what?
There were a couple of landowners that primarily were along what has been studied as what we call the east-west connector in that area. That was a project and a study done 7-8 years ago to establish a location for a road that would go between Erskine Ranch and over to Haynes and even further east to establish a route for that. The reason you do those studies is then when that land goes to develop, you can make them dedicate those portions as part of the public right-of-way that's necessary for the development. And some of the properties were larger parcels kind of off of Haynes that would be in that corridor area, and their thought was those should be held out for encouragement for having, if the developer does come in, that they could TIF to build that road, which frankly I would support, because if we could get that east-west connector built, it would be very beneficial to the county.
And also, I did forget, you reminded me last night, and I certainly don't have a problem with it, but if any commissioners do, Commissioner Wyzorek, you'd like to disclose that you own land within this TIF.
Yeah, so thank you. I disclosed it previously that along with my brother, I own some land at the corner of Elk Creek and Haynes that's included in this TIF. There's no special benefit coming to that property. As I was explaining to one person who thought it, who I don't see that I have a conflict, because in all frankness, it'd probably be better that my land wasn't included in the TIF to leave me more options if I ever have anybody wanting to buy it and develop it. There's no plans to do that, and but I'm laying that out there for the record again.
I will ask if any commissioner feels that Commissioner Wyzorek is in conflict on this subject. Okay, thank you. Mr. Morris, thank you for joining us again today. I appreciate you being here and coming out and all the work you put in on this. If you'd like to go ahead and introduce yourself, please, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Toby Morris with Collier Securities, based in Pierre. Been working with the county and the staff here probably for about the last 4 or 5 months, trying to develop what you have before you as a comprehensive plan. One thing I think that's first and foremost that should be stressed about this plan versus the other ones that you have done or may have seen is it is the county's plan. The county is, quote, the developer. The revenue goes back to the county, and I don't think there's a more truer definition of public improvement than what the road that you are constructing. I think, as Commissioner Wyzorek says, with infrastructure, I look at it as it's our biggest impediment to what we have in development on that part. So as we laid it out in terms of the bids, we did the projections. I have to stress the word projections. We have a lot of things that can work against the TIF. We know property tax is a very hot item right now. So, you know, in the future, whether we have valuations go up or down, whether we have mill levies go up or down, it's something we may have to adjust on the on the go, but for the most part, we took in historical comparisons, seeing where your growth was, and to try to take the best analytical approach that we can. We know the project costs were fixed with the bid that was opened. We estimated for your phase 2 and took a look at it on a long stretch. We know the TIF cannot go more than 20 years. I think if you saw more than that 2.5% growth, which is a very conservative number, my internal projection would say you'd probably have this TIF paid off within 13 to 15 years, if not sooner. And so really got to commend your staff. When you get an email from Tanya that says on the 3-page legal there's a semicolon and a colon that need to be reversed, I'm like, wow, that's detail. I love it. I think it's great. So they've been super to work with on this. We've done a lot of iterations, I think, from the public comment that we came in and did, was that August or September, to the planning and zoning, to the final stage where it is today, whereas before the commission. We've had it classified with Department of Revenue, so they have signed off on everything, and I could take questions on this. I could go into further detail, look for your direction, Mr. Chair.
Certainly. Is there any questions, comments from members of the public? If you come forward, Mr. Baumler.
My name's Craig Baumler, and I was just wondering, I haven't seen the map of it. I didn't know if that is included off of my property or not.
It does.
It does include it.
Yep, that whole corridor along Husker Place all the way to 139th is.
Mm-hmm. And I guess I didn't hear. I know there was, I think J.D. Hewitt was trying to get a TIF for the one section of road there. I don't know what the status, if that's included in this.
So his portion was denied by planning and didn't make it through the commission.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Baumler. Any other questions from the members of the public? Questions from the members of the public?
I'm not a member of the public, but one comment I'd make is we're not borrowing the money for this project. This is money spent, so all the TIF funds won't have to pay. There won't be interest being paid to any third party. It's going to be just all coming back to the county.
There's no more questions or comments from members of the public, and I certainly would include you in a member of the public. Anyway, if there's no more questions or comments from members of the public, I'll close public testimony at this time. Questions, comments from the commission?
So, Toby, thank you for helping us through this process. It's been an interesting round for, I know, Talbot and I to figure out what's a different method for the county to recoup some costs on some projects. This one is, it's a little bit outside of the norm, which should be the norm, actually, I think. So, like Talbot said, this is a cost that we're already under contract for Haynes reconstruction. That's going in, starting, I'm going to say, maybe when the ground freezes next year. They had a 2-year window. They opted for the second year to do that. So we've spent the money. We're just recouping the money. And I think all of the process in getting here has been a learning curve for a lot of the planning committee and the public as well in how we've accomplished this. So again, thank you. You're not in your
microphone, Dream.
I believe your presentation that you made jointly with planning and the commission that day was a real eye-opener, and it really answered a lot of questions and changed the minds. And when this comes back before the legislature again next year, which I'm sure it will, I would urge the length of time for non-governmental TIFs to be less than 20 years.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from the commission? I just, Ms. Vig, do you see anything in here that raises concerns from the planning department?
all commas and semicolons.
Yes, you're fine.
I'm not gonna have, now I know who can proofread my stuff.
I see the ruler marks on your wrist there.
Yeah.
Toby.
I love it.
Any other questions, comments? If not, I'd entertain a motion to pass Resolution 2025-29.
Make a motion to pass resolution for the tax increment District 4.
Motion and second on the floor to pass Resolution 2025-29, creating a tax increment district number 4, and approving the project plan for tax increment district number 4 in Meade County. Any discussion to that motion?
Yeah, I do. The numbering is odd on this. This is the 4th tax district proposal, only the 2nd one that the county has, if this gets adopted.
And the first one the county has ever had. And the school district superintendent had no objections. I think that would be maybe good to put in our minutes.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Craig. The superintendent of Meade Schools wrote an email to 3 of us, I believe, Commissioner Creed, myself, and Commissioner Wyzorek, saying they had no objections. Any more discussion to the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Morris. Drive safe.
Mr. Chair.
Let's go down to Infinity Landing, preliminary approval of right-of-way alignment before engineering.
Have the record reflect that I'm recused.
Let the record reflect that Commissioner Wyzorek is recused from this item.
I will also have a record issue. So,
Are you kidding me? It's going to be the 3 of us?
No, I'm going to ask the commission for their opinion. The review, the engineering review from planning was done by HDR. I do work for HDR. I had not seen the comments until I got them back from Tanya. So I don't believe that I have a conflict, but I will leave it to the commission and anybody that wants to say if they do think I have.
You haven't worked on this in any way?
I have not worked on this except for with Tanya on the planning side.
You haven't discussed it at HDR? No, I have not. Yes, if any commissioner believes that Commissioner Liggett is in conflict, please speak now, or we will let it go. I certainly think it is fine. Not hearing anything, so okay, we'll keep moving on. Thank you for disclosing that. If Mr. Baumiller, Mr. Matt, if you'd just like to explain what we're here for today, would be.
Hey, Matt with TerraSite Design. We're just here to follow up on the original developers agreement that was approved. Original alignment, through some conversations with Meade County Planning and HDR, they recommended some changes, and so we've agreed to follow those changes and find an alignment that was acceptable to we understand to be acceptable to all the parties, and so I think that's what we've done. That my understanding is that there isn't an issue from the planning department, so if there is, but we wanted to come up with something that met their requirements and is simple and safe, and so I think that's what we come up with.
Sure, and just to clarify, you said that HDR recommended a change to the developers agreement. It's more of a change to okay.
No, any change to the alignment.
To the alignment. Yes, that
agreement.
I just wanted to clear that up because we're speaking on the alignment, not the developers agreement.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
But it's an exhibit for the developers agreement.
Yes, I understand. Yes, I understand.
Yep. So that's all we're changing, and all we're wanting to do is get everybody so we're all on the same page, all talking, and everybody agree to it so that we can proceed with final design on that roadway.
Commissioner Liggett, would you work on this project?
So, in July, the developers agreement indicated a 66-foot right-of-way and a 55-mile-an-hour design speed. My understanding is the 1,000-foot radius curves meets those design speeds.
1,060 now.
Okay. And it is shown as a 66-foot right-of-way. And I think back and forth between all of the other things, I believe one of the comments was the RPZs need to be off of or held on the property, which looks to me like you've made those modifications. And out of the intersection and no impact to prior or properties around, which again, I think that meets all of the requirements or the notes that I've seen on any of the comments coming back from either planning or the engineering company that reviewed. So, one, thank you for going through the process. This is not maybe not a standard process, but I think it's the best process for the project that's at hand. So.
Rich, in non-engineering terms, will you show me on the map roughly what got changed and why?
Yeah, so on the map, you
got that little pointer?
Yep. I don't, but the big S curve that's in there, before that was actually shifted over like 1,000 feet, probably.
Yeah, the approach onto Creek or onto Husker Place before was probably no. It was farther east, but it was east. We have not moved the runways, so yeah.
But the approach came, down.
Right. Yep. A little farther right, but yes, we moved it all the way to the right at the recommendation of HDR. So
that pushed it over on the quarter line. Road came back through here. RPZ is a runway for that got changed into what radius is
original. That was prior to though. Not that we did. Revise them to meet the 55 mile an hour, but yeah, these will meet 55 mile an hour speeds now. Design speed.
That was the big change, is they shifted those.
And it should correct any potential drainage issues?
The drainage is going to be, that'll follow along with the design of the road. This is just for the right-of-way location.
Yep.
And any drainage within the boundary of this is for a subdivision and a project, but that will come with the final plating. That's not part of this piece.
Okay, that's why I couldn't find it.
Doreen, we will be designing the updating the drainage. We'll be doing a drainage basin design plan, or some drainage calculations, providing them to the county when we do the final submittal for the roadway. When we do the final design, I just want to be clear, though, so everybody knows that's very flat out there. It is. I mean, we're going to do everything we can to do as best we can with the drainage, but I'm just going to tell you there is going to be a little bit of minor ponding out there upstream of that road. There's just no way around it. It's less than 1% grade on that property, and there's just no way to do it. I mean that's what the stream is. But we are going to do it and comply with your ordinances and in every way we can. So the only thing I would say is a couple of the ditches may not flow very well because they're matching the road. And so they'll flow ultimately, and they won't flood it, but they're going to probably stand a little water here and there. That's just because of the flatness of the ground.
And the purpose of this and the agreement that was put in place is we had a section line down the center of that property in order to secure or maintain that section line if the project doesn't move forward or final plating didn't happen. We wanted an opportunity to have that. So the developer signed an agreement to say, this is what we're going to do, we're going to meet the requirements. And then as that road is completed and the county accepts that road, then I think that's the way the agreement's written, then that section line, the original section line relocation will be removed. Because it's currently an easement.
Yep, that easement would be removed.
Mr. Baumler, do you have anything to add?
No, sir.
Does anyone from the public wish to speak? Anybody from the public wishing to speak? Ms. Big, do you have anything to add as concerns?
No, we've worked through back and forth with HDR and Matt and got everything addressed that we needed to move forward with the approval of the new alignment.
Any more questions, comments from the commission? under action?
I'll make a motion to approve the preliminary, approve the right-of-way alignment.
Motion to approve the right-of-way alignment as presented in this.
Second.
Motion is second on the floor. Any discussion of this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I do appreciate you guys' cooperation with the planning department. Like I said, it's been a kind of a tough process, but it's we're getting through it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go to Sheriff. There's item C on our agenda.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Sheriff Pat West, good morning. Talk a little bit about the numbers. Overall, our calls for service continue to go up. We're going to be in excess of where we were last year. Every year, the numbers seem to be increasing across the board. People are extremely busy. Obviously, one particular thing that has really gone up is our civil process. We're looking at pushing over 2,000 civil papers by the end of the year of 25. Year 20, it was around 1,600. So, majority of that seems to be more distress warrants and executions every year. So, jail is steady. Average population is a little bit lower than what it lists, but currently right now it's at 65. I think we're running around 57. Average length stay is around 7.5 days. So
that's total or Meade County residents?
That's all
total.
total. Yes, sir. So I'll stand by for questions on that. Pretty straightforward on the numbers. So
questions for Sheriff West?
Not slowing down, huh?
I wish it was, but it's not.
Is it my imagination, or are we getting more females in jail than we used to?
Currently right now, I think, yeah, we have gone down a little bit from when I first started, but we're about full capacity. I think we have 14 beds. Is that right? 16
18.
beds? 16 beds. Yeah.
16 and
yeah.
mattresses.
Yes.
I only say that because I look at that Meade County arrest thing. Gee.
A lot of those too,
Oh,
I
women.
think. A lot of those, I think, are serving time on weekends too that pop in. So.
It's like, gee whiz.
Not necessarily on this one, Sheriff West.
Well, and some of them are, assaults and stuff. They're fighters. It's civility is escaping. Lacking. That's right. It's like, you gotta be kidding me.
On our communications overtime, we're still pretty high on that one. Are we getting a better plan now, or?
So we've had a lot of change going on, as you know. We have recently promoted Thomas Reese to the supervisor position. He came to us from Pennington County as a supervisor over there. He has been tasked with managing that. Currently, we are down 4 dispatchers, and we're hoping to try to hire those that may be certified and understand the job. The last couple that we have done, they were excited about it, and when they got in there, they panicked. Yeah, and couldn't handle it. So I agree, we're struggling bad. Trying to get that maintained as best we can, but Thomas I'm confident in him, in what he can do. We've got a few people on the line that we're looking at that are certified, and we're hoping to get hired. And so yeah, it's not doom and gloom yet, but I get it.
I think it is been kind of doom and gloom. We've had such tremendous turnover there, and the overtime, and seems like we've gone a long ways from looking at being a joint dispatch to trying to keep ours above water. Times have changed.
Any other questions for Sheriff West?
Women in jail and dispatchers leaving.
Yes.
Judas Priest.
If there's no more questions or comments for Sheriff West and the general report, let's move down to C3, the Joint Powers Agreement.
So the ICAC Joint Powers Agreement is an agreement that I submitted. Recently, we've had a couple of extremely serious cases that have been involved in juveniles in Meade County. Some of it has hit the press. In response to that, we've been working very close with the ICAC unit out of Rapid City, which is the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. They have asked us to become an official affiliate to them. The only one West River is Pennington County right now. And through this agreement, our deputies would be able to gain access to advanced training as well as equipment that is all going to be free, and it will allow us to continue to work some of these cyber tips that come in and work closely with them, and then also they'd be able to provide the resources to us to be able to work cases against those that are predators against children. This is more of an information item, but per their policy, per ICAC's policy, they do need the chairman's signature to that. I have had Ken review the agreement, and he has no issues with any legality side of it. But again, training would increase for our people and availability to be able to work these cases, plus we get some free equipment. So,
I was curious when I read that, since cyber is specialized, are you looking to have an officer dedicated to just that?
No, there would just be both of our investigators would have access to this. Is my plan, that they'd be able to work some of these tips, and because there are so many of them that come into Rapid City, but we'd be only working tips that are in Meade County. So as they develop in Meade County, we would work them up to a threshold to where, if warrants need to be written or arrest warrants need to be made, search warrants need to be done, we would then lean on the ICAC from Rapid City who would assist us, which normally we would do with other major crimes as well. The other important thing, too, is this not only extends from crimes against children, but any type of violent crime, because all of our cases anymore a lot of them are solved over cell phone data, locations, what is being said, what is being stated, and a lot of this expertise falls in line with that to be able to work those cases as an additional arm to try to solve the case. So.
Well, I think it's very important, since that's really where law enforcement is headed in many cases.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Absolutely. The days of getting a confession is nice, but a lot of times you can get things solved just by those cell phones, that data.
Any other questions, comments for Sheriff West on this? And/or action?
I'll make a motion to approve the Joint Powers Agreement, and for the commission or the chairman to sign.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the Joint Powers Agreement and have the chairman and sheriff sign. I guess I don't think we need to give approval to elected official, but it does require his signature as well. So, yep. So if we did add sheriff sign that as well, you would agree with that?
Yes, I would agree.
Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Sheriff West. Thanks for being patient with us today.
So I'll get a copy after you sign. I'll sign and get it to them.
The problem, we're going to have to wait till next week because it requires an auditor as a test.
Oh, sure.
And Rhea's not here till Saturday, so it'll have to be sometime next week at the very least. Is that going to be a problem?
Nope, not a problem.
Okay.
That'll work.
So,
yep. All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Let's move down to the highway.
Good morning, Commissioners. Highway Superintendent Troy Eastman here. All right, for the first scheduled agenda item is to, all right, I don't see where it's, oh, there it is, surplus gravel. This is at the pit just north of Sturgis that we have. It has, a lot of fines in it that make the plastic limit over, so it's really greasy and muddy gravel that sit in a location that the landowner would like it moved sooner rather than later, and we don't have a place to use it up that quickly. So if we surplus it, then we have some options to be able to do something with it.
Based on the prices, I'd say it's really not good gravel.
Yeah, it's not worth a lot of money, according to our 3 appraisers.
Any other questions, comments on that interaction?
Do we accept all appraisals and set the price of that? What do we set the price at? I don't remember. Is it an average of those?
The statute is silent as to the method. You could take high, low, average.
Just have to have 3 appraisers, and it's just an advisement, basically.
Right, and then after the appraisal, you select the method that you're going to do to surplus.
So the appropriate motion today, if we want to, would be just open up the surplus process.
Yes.
And to assign 3 individuals to.
You've already assigned. You accept the appraisals.
Okay.
And then Troy needs to determine.
I'm sorry, I was on a different one.
Yeah, which method to go through.
Motion and second on the floor to accept the appraisals by Zorick and Severn. Right? Any discussion to that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The appraisals are accepted.
So, question on sale method. Troy, do we think that there will be multiple parties that want parts of this, or do you want it sold as a whole, or what's,
That's a good question too. I know some of them have mentioned using some of it, but then I believe there's another guy that's going to crush gravel out there who said he may be interested, but he wasn't a local resident, so he couldn't appraise it. And I didn't know if that meant that he didn't appraise it, that we couldn't offer it to him, or if is it just to get that price established, then anybody is still fair game.
Yeah, once we establish the price.
Okay, yeah, because there's a crusher out there, and I'm like, well, if this could be useful, if you added more rock or something to it, or screened out some dirt that may be useful to that crusher, and he has the equipment there already, he's going to work out a contract with that landowner. So I'm like, that's an option, but if somebody wanted it in the meantime for whatever, $2 a ton, if we could sell some to them, and then I wasn't exactly positive on all of it, but we definitely have options if people are interested.
Do we need to put a time in place that they have to get it removed by?
Probably should. I mean, it'd be nice to be able to tell that landowner we'll have it out of here at a certain time.
I would recommend a full all-at-once sale.
Okay.
Not piecemeal.
Yeah, the nickel and dime thing was going to be
Yeah, I'd say we sell it to somebody and
all or nothing by a certain date.
Yeah,
Okay.
your crushers, that'll definitely be good material to add in, material that maybe isn't meeting spec with a PI or a gradation.
Yep.
And it sounds to me like this stuff's got pretty good PI in it. So adding that in, that would be my recommendation, finding one of them that can use it to take it all and put it in there.
Okay.
So we've got a bid, or the appraisal at $2 and one at $160. Is that correct?
And $175.
And
There's three
$175.
in there, yeah,
So we need to establish a price, and
I mean, if $2 or whatever the highest appraisal would be, my recommendation.
I think I think the highest price. I mean, $2. I mean, $2 a ton for gravel is still really cheap. Yeah. Did the landowner give a time frame in which they wanted it out?
If you wanted it at $2, I would suggest a motion is to set the appraised value at $2 a ton. Because then you've got to work off of 90% as the minimum in some of the processes.
Did the landowner have a time frame in which they wanted it out?
As soon as we could do it. I mean, he wanted to get the ball rolling, and, I would have to ask him to be sure what that date was, but I mean, even if it was in middle of next year, I think that would be sufficient, but
Well,
I can follow up.
And I think we need to set some guidelines to where we sell it to, is as much as anything. Just say with this, it goes back to a.
That'd be a bid spec.
Yes.
Yeah, removal would be part of the bid spec.
Yes.
Do you think they'd be okay with May? Because that would give the winter and then a dry season set up.
I would think so, but I haven't had that conversation exactly.
Do we want to come back to that then, do you think?
Yeah, maybe it'd be a good idea.
Their language.
Yeah, I can have it cleared up by the next meeting.
How long have we had this gravel?
I'm not certain of the date that it was crushed. I believe it was when the last highway superintendent was here, but I'm not positive. I haven't looked at all the records.
And so I assume we didn't have it tested.
There were tests, but I don't know how that happened.
My guess is at that point, I think they were doing belt tests from the crushing company, and currently what we do is we do belt tests by the crushers, plus we do independent testing.
Right, and so this points out the need to have the independent testing, and there's no way we can go back against the original people who said the testing. Okay.
Correct. Okay, so it sounds to me like we wish to continue this subject onto our next meeting's agenda. Would you like to set the price, however?
I would like to set the price. I'll make a motion to set the price of the gravel, the surplus gravel at $2 a ton.
Setting the price or setting the minimum?
So
like a value, I guess.
Okay.
But you're not saying we're selling it for that, because it's going to be like a sealed bid.
Yeah, it says.
What that dollar amount does is it sets.
That's your value.
Yeah, sets your minimum value.
It sets your minimum value.
Yeah, because it has to be 90% or more. Right. Somebody could bid $4 a ton, and that's fine.
Yeah.
That would be the high bid accepted, but it can't be below $1.80 then, which would be 90% of the $2.
Yeah. So what you're doing is setting your minimum value for the price, because then when we go to sealed, I just want to make sure that people don't think they're going to be able to get it for $2. They're still going to have to go to bid.
Yeah. It goes through a sealed bid process. That's where you're leaning towards. If there are no bids or no bids that are 90% of value or more, $1.80 or more, then we can do a private sale.
Well, my motion is to set the minimum price per ton at $2
and open it up for sealed bids.
Well, I think why don't we let Troy bring back however.
Okay.
He'll need a spec sheet at the next meeting.
So of course to adopt. I think.
So the motion is simply to set the minimum value of $2. Is that clear? Okay. Do I have a second? Motion is second on the floor to set the minimum value of the surplus gravel at $2, and then you will put on the next meeting's agenda as far as the timeline is concerned.
Yeah, all the specs that go along with it.
Okay.
Yep.
So we need to make a note. Any more discussion to that motion, which is set the minimum at $2?
Is this something that we'd have to put in there that they would have to have independent testing run? There's no questions about what they're getting?
It's as is where
is. Yeah, as is where
Yeah, and we have the spec if they'd like to see what they're getting. Yep. Or with the testing, I should say.
You said good gravel and assistance. No.
I think $2. It's
Well,
like selling the car.
I know,
but it's bad gravel.
I know, but I also know how the other end of that
I
goes.
understand. Would you like to include anything? I think it's just as is. Would you like to include that in your motion?
I would, no, I think, because I think when we put it up for sale, then it's an as is, whereas.
Yeah, I think that's going to be part of your spec. You're buying it as is, whereas you have to remove it by such and such a date. Any other terms that would be required if there's maybe the landowner says, I don't want anybody in there in January for whatever reason.
Right, yep.
So if there's blackout dates, you want that on your specs that we adopt and go to sealed
bid.
Okay. And like we do with construction, where the plans are available for review, the quality control is available for review. Would just be part of what you're putting in the bid notice.
Okay. Any more discussion to that motion, which is to set the minimum price at $2?
Can you just go ahead and write that for him to make sure all the legalese are in there?
with most of the bids, I work with the department because they know the technical terms. I'm not going to make up, any of the technical terminology that they need. The size of a bolt or whatever. I don't work with that. But the rest of the language I've always worked with.
Yeah, he always reviews and approves before we put it up here on the agenda.
So that'll be for the next, but we got to set the minimum price right now. So the motion is to set the minimum price at $2. Any more discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. So the rest of that will come back next meeting then?
Yep.
Okay.
Do we need to just continue?
We can. I guess we can continue to just make sure it gets on the next meeting's agenda.
I'll make a motion to continue the sale options of Pit 18.
Of this, so motion is to continue this agenda item for next meeting. Motion second on the floor to continue this agenda item for our next meeting, which is November 11th. Is that what we decided? 12th, sorry. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. D2, surplus salt sand mix.
Okay, we go through this one every year too. This is salt sand for this. Generally, the school always wishes to use some of our supplies for the parking lot out here. And I know we used to surplus it to them and donate it, whatever. But yeah, we're just looking at helping the school board or the school out with their parking lots, whether we surplus it to them or sell it at fair market value. And I believe last year we started selling it versus just donating it. So we did.
Was that to the school or was that to the Luxburg or something that we did the cost?
We did both.
I think you declined Blacksburg last year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was opening up the door for too many people.
Yeah. So did we have a cost for this?
Yeah, it varies every year with the cost that we're paying for the salt and sand. So whatever fair market value is exactly what we'll give it to them, but only up to, in this case, 25 tons. And they usually don't reach that.
And so the motion would be to surplus a maximum of 25 tons salt sand mixture to be sold at fair market value to the Meade School District. And once you surplus, you can give to another entity, or you can agree to a price. So,
Governmental entity. So, I'll make a motion to surplus up to 25 tons of salt sand mixture to sell to Meade 46-1 School District as market value as.
Second.
Motion is second on the floor to sell salt sand mixture to Meade 46-1 up to 25 tons at a fair market price. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
I have another item under highway that's not on the agenda, but it's just a discussion topic. We have been working on New Underwood Road for a number of months, and during that time, so we milled up the road. We allocated $1 million for that project. We're about $300,000 into it. We've had some issues with the milling, quality and the material that was added to it, which was a base 1 material. And we've also had some issues with finding contractors to supply oil and the chips at the price that we anticipated under the DOT and surrounding bids. So we are currently reworking the road. The plan is to I believe sand seal the road. At this point it's not going to get a chip seal, but we are going to try to get it sealed prior to winter and then bid out the chip seal on top, or the auto seal on top of that next year to solidify some of those costs. We've had a number of comments and questions. I have driven the road. I do believe it's in a better shape than it was prior to milling. It is rough. It's a gravel road. All of the things, but I don't think it's reacting quite the same way with the rotomill or the milling tailings in it as we had anticipated, or the contractor had anticipated. The process that we're using is not any different than what we did on Fort Meade Way. Fort Meade Way has twice as many cars on it. It's holding up really well, and it's just what it is. I mean, that's just the challenge. So we are still working on it, but it's probably not going to get chip seal this year or auto seal this year. People aren't happy, but driving the entire road, there's millions of dollars worth of work that needs to be done on that road. You drive down the north end, and there's huge alligator cracks. There's crack seals that need to be done. There's culverts that are settling. We could mill the entire road and probably be better off as a county. The plus side is I saw one truck last time I drove on it in the entire section of the road. So I do think that it is a challenge, but generally I believe that the shoulders seem to be holding up better. I think the road itself is holding up better. It is rough. It's not a paved road. It's a county road that we're doing our best to maintain. I have not heard anything about the
They're
grant.
surveying,
They are
as part of the project that the DOT let, in order to design that roadway from Highway 34 all the way to, Pennington County, through Pennington County to the interstate there. So that portion of the work is begun, if not done, so that's the step one in the designing of it, and which goes every bit of that goes towards the grant process. So
yeah, they have surveyed. I agree. I don't know if they're done yet. I did see a bunch of markers out there. And the challenge is going to be as the DOT works through their survey, and if we move into the design phase with them, obviously they're going to straight out in some corners. That's a challenge. There's a lot of corners in that road. Currently a 55-mile-an-hour road with a number of them marked at 45s, and even some of those might be somewhat questionable. So they're going to push it to a different design speed. They're going to straighten some of those things out. So, we got to be careful what we're asking for as a community, but ultimately, I mean, it's still a county road, and we're maintaining the infrastructure as the best we can. So.
Any other question? I do have a couple of questions, comments. If anyone else does. Northwest part of the county, it sounds like a war zone up there. I know it's an area of the county it's hard to get to. There's roads that sounds to me like aren't getting some attention maybe they deserve. What is there? I heard of a rancher tipping a cattle pot over yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. The roads are in bad shape. We've been aware of that for a while, and we've made attempts to go over and work on the roads. We're needing to bring gravel to them. There's no doubt about it. We've shaped up the roads the best we can to try to, recreate the ditches and the road bed. And then, it'll rain and people got to drive down it, and it's that time of year where they're hauling cattle or whatever it is, or just trying to drive a car down. It doesn't matter after it rains when it's mostly mud. It's not easy to get through, and our trucks and our gravel hauling, we're working over by Marcus area right now, coming out of the Kamak Pit by Union Center, and soon we're making great progress over there, and those roads are exactly the same as what they were over here, and we can be in one spot only one spot at a time, and we're going to get there, and we've got a blade sitting there, so we've got multiple operators going to be working in that area as soon as it dries up enough to be able to be productive. But I know yesterday it was really wet up there, and there's nothing we can do when it's that wet, and I know people still got to get from point A to point B, and I apologize for that, but it's going to take a little time to get it covered up and put back so it's safe and
sure.
Like some of our other gravel roads.
So just so when I get calls, the plan is to get some gravel up there.
Absolutely,
at some point in time here in the near future.
Yep.
And get some of those roads shaped up, just so I just can answer that. So okay, thank you.
be hauling, we can put any hazard signs, any warning signs, anything out there?
Yeah, I mean, we can put up all the signs we need to, but I mean, again, some of this goes back to the permit process. If somebody would have applied for a permit and told me they're going to be driving down that road yesterday, I would have told them not to do that. But, they know the roads as well as me. I mean, they can see what's mud and what isn't. And
I think that's part of the issue we have is we have 1,100 miles of road and we have a small staff, a smaller budget than we need. And everybody wants to get their stuff out, and I get that. But
I know.
I saw pictures of the road. That wasn't the first truck on that road.
Mm-hmm.
There was no way. We're trying to. Everybody's trying to get their stuff out, and they want to get it out. But ultimately, that's infrastructure that's been destroyed, and it's going to cost a pile to get it back.
Yeah, and I think we got to be careful. You don't have the manpower to put warning signs up. There's also issues that if you start putting warning signs up, whether you're obligated to always put them up.
Oh,
and
okay.
so, as crazy it is, the law is better for the county if you don't put signs up. Once you put them up, you got to keep putting them up.
Okay.
And to clarify, that road wouldn't have been the 80,000 weight limit road to require.
Right, it wasn't a weight issue at that point in time.
It was gumbo. It was gumbo with
Mhm.
gravel.
Well, yeah, I mean, when we get drizzle, the roads get really bad in a lot of these areas because of the soils issues. Yeah.
Been blessed with some really good soaking rain this year.
How do we get rain in October?
Well, it could have been snow.
Yeah, but snow means it's frozen.
I think
Anyway,
it snowed in Sundance.
Just did want to bring that up because I've been getting, that's the area that I'm hearing the most from right now. And it goes in spurts. I understand it. Once you work on that area of the county, it'll be another area of the county. It's just how it is with the county the size.
Well, New Underwood's next.
New Underwood's just constant.
Mm-hmm.
New Underwood is constant, and then they got workers out there, and the pilot car isn't going quick enough, and people are getting late for work, and
Underwood Road is
da 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 da.
Anyway, if there's no more questions for Troy, let's move down to auditor. Oh, you do have another question.
I do. Troy, I know there's a lot going on, and I appreciate it. You got your hands full with everything right now, so I think we're in the right direction. So thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Are we fully staffed?
Almost. I mean, we have a couple openings, but we have, guys that are part-time that are looking at staying now full-time, coming up here soon. So, with that being said, we're very close to being full-time, but no, we're really appreciating the new guys that we have. They're doing an excellent job, and yeah, it's the best staff I've had since I've been here, so.
Well, thank you, Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else for Troy. Let's move down to auditor. E1, auditor report.
Good morning, Dawn Christensen, Chief Deputy Auditor. On our report, we have all of the updated September numbers. And just a few things we want to highlight on the ongoing projects. With Laura and Christina being our newer employees, we are getting everybody well trained. Christina was trained on reconciliation, and she got September reconciled and balanced. We are wanting to send letters out to municipalities and schools to gauge interest on combined elections. We've been waiting from the Secretary of State's office to get an AG opinion. They requested the AG opinion whether elections will have to be combined or held in conjunction with each other. We did receive a letter late yesterday afternoon, so we need to review that, and we'll have more information on that on the next meeting.
Are you also asking them if there can be alternate sites for absentee voting in other areas of the county if we have combined elections? I know that there has been some interest in that, which I know can impact that total vote software, etc.
will definitely add that to my list of questions. I'm actually leaving for Pier this afternoon for one of our upcoming election schools.
Oh, good.
This one will be held by the Secretary of State's office, and the main focus will be on the new South Dakota votes training.
Good.
I don't interrupt, but the letter that she's referring to is at each of your desks here today, and there wasn't time to get it on the agenda. I told Dawn that we should include it next meeting for the agenda, but otherwise it is at your table.
We also have another election school in November that will be auditor-led and will focus on a lot of the election processes, what other counties are doing, what works for them. It'll be probably a lot of roundtable discussion, so we can come up with some good processes. Our outstanding checks and unclaimed property process is in full swing, finishing up, and we will have more to report on that at the next meeting as well. Levy process is going well, and hopefully we'll be able to finish that up towards the end of this week, at the beginning of next week, for the levy verification part of it to send them to the state to get verified.
I have a question on the road district stuff. There's a number of road districts that are looking for, becoming a road district. Do you think it'd be beneficial to maybe have representatives of them all kind of get together and have that same discussion? The reason I'm asking is sometimes when a road district's created, they try to create it for the minimum that they can, and that doesn't really allow for them to maintain their roadways as they become a road district. So I think setting up some of that information beforehand, and we've got a couple of road districts that have been challenges, but we've got some that are doing a really good job. And I think maybe getting that information out to them and saying, don't start out at the minimum. Start out with what you need, and plan for that approach. I think is maybe good.
Yeah, I agree. That's definitely a discussion we need to continue. We had somebody come into the office yesterday, again asking about it, just some vague information, and they'll be in touch with us as well. But yeah, I think we need to either set up a meeting with all of them together so they can ask their questions and see if it's viable for them to continue their process.
And some of these are very big districts that are wanting to set up, and they have different challenges than the smaller districts for sure. So.
I suppose they figure if they set it low, they'll get more positive votes, but in the end, that doesn't work.
Yeah, and I mean, they have 3 years essentially to modify that, but
right.
If they go in and they say, we're going to set the minimum levy, that doesn't do anything. They really need to set the levies to where they need them to pay for the infrastructure they're going to maintain.
You see some of them will come in because the local roads portion, they automatically get back and say, we're not going to raise any taxes, but we're going to get the local roads section because our HOA is already maintaining the road. Gives us some of our tax money back. That's the mentality, and frankly, given the extra hoops you got to jump through for a road district, I'm not sure that doesn't cost you any more money back if that's all you do.
I wonder if it would help to have some sort of a cheat sheet available.
I think the DOR has a road district pamphlet.
So they have some idea about what something actually costs.
Oh, a cost sheet? Yeah.
I did a cost spreadsheet. Don, do you have that I did? If not, I can send it.
Will you send it, please? I don't know if I do.
I have one for gravel roads that I worked with Gary Muse on, and set up what the actual costs, for maintaining a mile of road is in a subdivision.
Yeah, please.
I would love to have a copy of that too.
I'll send it to the commission.
Anything else? Any other questions for the auditor? We also have in here the biweekly payroll and overtime report. Any questions on that?
Ask my question on communication.
Yep. other questions, comments for the auditor?
Well, since it's getting towards the end of the year, it looks to me like we might be needing some supplements. I wonder if we need to send out a letter to department heads saying,
We probably need to start, liaisons and department heads need to start looking at the budget and finding out places we need to look at supplements. I'm sure the auditor's office would be happy to help us identify some of those areas as
Yep, and we will also review all of the balance sheets at the end of the month to see where the cash balances are.
Yeah, and that's, Commissioner Creed brings up a good point. It will, as we get to the end of the year, we'll have to be making some supplements more than likely to a few of these. There's no other questions for the auditor. Let's move down to commission. I just got a couple things in communique. One was from Rapid City Department of Community Development, their agenda, as well as the Western Dakota Regional Water System, letting us know they received our notification that we denied funding for their project this year. Any other comments, questions on that? Not, let's move to commission updates. There's anything any of the commissioners would like to bring forward, things they've been working on. What this time here is set up for. You got a couple meetings this week, Commissioner Creed?
Black Hills Council. It's always interesting to see what's happening in the other communities. I'm jealous when I always see and hear all the growth in the Pennington County side of Box Elder. I did but some of the information that was disclosed is not for public comment yet.
Anybody else have anything they'd like to add on the stuff they've been working on? Hey, yeah, and I most of my outside time has been working on the Ordinance 59. But I appreciate everybody's the emails I've been getting and the commissioners that have chimed in on it as well and helped with it. So it's definitely a work in progress. If there's nothing else, move down to commission calendar. I don't see anyone else speaking up. So move down to consent calendar, excuse me. Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Move to approve this consent. Second.
A motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Brings us down to J, executive session. We do have a need to go into executive session for personnel and legal and contractual. I get a motion to do so.
Motion to go into executive session for legal personnel.
Second? Second. Motion and second on the floor to go into executive session for legal, personnel, and contractual issues. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We are now in executive session. Us out of executive session, and I believe we have completed our business and gotten through the agenda. I will declare us adjourned. Thank you, everybody.